Select. Hello, hi, and welcome everybody to Divinity Original Sin 2. My brain does the thing that I am jumping from game to game. Yeah, from game to game. From game to game. Yes. But how are you doing? Hopefully you have a wonderful weekend. This is new. First thing first, we check the settings. Ultra. It's actually good that my game can be in ultra settings, because that's what I want, but my PC is not qualified. But let's see. Okay, voice dialogue. I like the voice being. Let's see. Offline for now. Show subtitles, auto saves, max auto saves. Let's put that to maximum. Max of quick saves. Max. I have been sick. I had what is in English? Winter leave from work and school. So I had the whole week free. But then I got sick. The sickness was basically that my throat hurt and I wasn't able to speak at all. But now I am fine. I hope. Because in Monday I have to go to work. But this got changes. What the changes? Oh. Okay. Apply. Okay, then. Camera. Okay. Good. Cancel action. Right mouse button. Fine. Context menu. Yes. Distraction toggle. Highlight characters. Is there highlight interactables anyway? Show what tooltips? Left alt. Toggle combat mode. Well, actually, I played the Infinite Wealth, the Hong Kong game, and the person I was asking to do the Hong Kong, they said that I already had the Hong Kong. There's no seconds. Quick load, quick save. Show chat. So sneak codes. Cones, not codes. Look at the panels. Equipment. Journal is L. Seems funny. What did it say, by the way? Everything's fine. Everything should be fine. Single player and then classic mode. As ready as I can be. That's usually the case, yes. Too big. Wait a minute. Well, I will use this then. Who can join the game? Okay. Nobody. I am planning to create a lizard person. For some reason I always play lizard. These. Of course, there is undead lizard. That is very, you know, but there is actually one thing that I want to do is because these characters like Fane, Losh, Beast and so on, they are in the game. You can recruit these characters. So I am actually thinking of listen to all of their origin stories. Because I think that origin story is canon when we meet them. So, here we go.
Famed, of course, for my unique red skin and unparalleled skills as a general of the House of War, I, the Red Prince, was raised within the vast palaces of the fabled Forbidden City. I was destined to become the next emperor. But my ambitions suffered a bit of a setback when I fell from grace for cavorting with demons. Now, I'm exiled and hunted by assassins. But I assure you, I remain undaunted and as determined as ever to claim my rightful throne.
I used to be a slave, kept under the thumb of the master, the bastard that made me hunt down my own kin. How did he do that, you ask? With the living scar you see on my cheek, this horror that takes no more than a song sung by Master Dearest to control my very thoughts. But now the tables have turned. I broke my shackles, and when I finally find him, I will make the Master sing a very different kind of song.
Once I was a crusader for the Divine Order. I pledged my life to Lucian the Divine. The war changed everything. He sent me to save the elves I grew up amongst. I arrived too late. Lucian ordered the use of death fog against the Black Ring, annihilating everyone I once knew in the process. Now I'm a mercenary killer, one of the infamous Lone Wolves. And my next target is none other than Lucian's own son.
Oh. I was just thinking about someone I used to know. My cousin. The Queen, in fact. A tyrant. I tried to stop her, but things don't always go according to plan. She cast me out to a forgotten island, and made short work of my allies, too. Lucky for me, I was able to commandeer a ship, and began a new life for myself, out on the high seas. Aye, but I hear that the Queen is at it again. And there's something darker behind her madcap schemes this time. If I don't stop her, I don't know who will.
All my life, I've been a performer, a musician, beloved and celebrated by all. But I have a secret. I'm also a playground for sprites and spirits and worse. The voice that rings inside me now is darker than any that came before. Almost caused a bunch of my fans to rip each other to pieces. But you can trust me. I've got this under control. Step 1. Find out who, or what, is trying to take control of my mind. Step 2. Make it sorry it ever tried.
What is my sin? Lust.
Oh, don't stare. How would you look after eons in some ghastly crypt? Your people are rather prone to death. Mine are not. Yet when I emerged from my completely unjustified imprisonment, I found them gone. Our culture forgotten. Any trace of the world I knew all but obliterated. I must even hide my true face beneath an ever-shifting mask for fear you savages will attack me. That is how I wander this strange world. Trying to uncover the truth about a history you primitive people never even knew existed.
This is very interesting ability. Yeah, that happened. I did the sin of lust. Then the king was too jealous. What we have done in a span of 1 day. And then sent us to Fort Joy. But okay, we are a lizard. The dragon blaze blade flames in a cone, dealing 4 to 5 fire damage and leaving the fire surface behind. Set burning for 2 turns, resisted by magic armor. And then Dome of Protection. Create a magical field that restores magic and physical armor, increases elemental all allies in the area. Allies. So physical gives you fire resistance, poison resistance. But okay. Fighter, Inquisitor. Knight. Metamorph. Chicken Claw. Ranger. Rogue. Shadow Blade. I am trying. Witch. Wizard. Battle Mage. Cleric. Consular. Pet pal here. Vaivas Wizard, bottom magical click consular. Enchanter. No. Visitor. Hmm. Danger. Oak. Shadow Blade. Wayfair, eh? Hmm. I am idiot. Build reset, yep. Let's focus on something else. No. Maybe turquoise. Face. Does Veno get charisma bonus against females? I have no idea. Let's see. Phase 6. perfect. Hairstyle. Hmm. 4. Mr. Handsome Lizard, yes. What was it? 4, yes, this one. Maybe. Hair color. Then that has to be purplish. Amethyst is perfect. Yeah, let's go with amethyst. Facial features. No?
You're not trying to escape, are you?
Ha! Nice try.
You're not trying to escape, are you?
Try again.
Nice try.
Ha! Nice.
Glory is mine.
Glory is mine.
I'll yield to none.
Better luck next time.
Better luck next time.
Greet the Reaper for me.
Glory is mine.
Greet the Reaper for me.
Better luck next time.
Greet the Reaper for me.
Greet the Reaper for me.
Let's have that. Yikes! What is that helmet? Reach. I mean, console is actually my alley. I think these are all are good, in my opinion. Does it say type? No. I mean, done. I will try this one. And then Pet Pal. Pet Pal is important. Because then you can talk to animals. And then tags help. What kind of character I want to be? Mystic. I am between Outlaw or Soldier. I think this is a little... Then instrument. Okay, we are consular. Who can summon totems. Get pet pal. We are mystic soldier. And who plays cello? Let's play cello. I think everything should be fine. Yeah. Okay. Wish me luck.
It all happened like I knew it would. A single drop of source magic. And, like flies to honey, the monsters swarmed. The rebel panicked. The carnage began. And the Magisters pointed their fingers at me. Just as I'd planned. I was shackled and collared, and sent to Fort Joy. I'd come here to kill Godwoken. But instead, I became part of their story.
So, still a bit groggy, are we? Don't worry, the sedative will wear off soon enough.
And it begins.
Easy now. No need to hurry. Get your bearings and report to me upstairs.
So, it wasn't a dream after all.
And this is how we look. I am actually pretty happy. By the way, it's a left alt.
Not a very chatty fellow, are you?
Oh. Ooh, that actually needs getting used to. Sneak. And then basic inventory is this one, okay. At least I have pansies. Muddy mitts. These are gloves, right? Yeah. Now I have gloves. Oh, they actually grant me physical armor. That's how it works. Take that off. One thing I am different than most players is that some players toggle the helmet off when they play, because they, of course, they want to see the face, handsome face they have created. But I am the opposite. I kind of want to keep the helmets on, because I think in my mind it is a little weird that I have a helmet, but then it doesn't show. They were doing something here. And by the way, this is not complete first try. I have played this before, but I never get past the kind of like the tutorial area, the first area. So this is not blind playthrough, but I haven't got very far.
Rubbish.
Oh, this is just a tutorial deck. Ah, I forgot one important thing. There.
When animals die, freight or food.
Not that one. I always push E and Q when I try to rotate the camera.
Shaking her fluffy coat, the sheep eyes you balefully, her rectangular eyes like letterboxes to the void. With one sharp hoof, she kicks you right in the shin.
Ouch.
Fresh meat. Nice. Plump. Banded like a chicken's leg too.
Poke the sheep's ample belly with your toe. Remark that she's got more meat on her than you do. Sniff and tell the sheep you don't appreciate being likened to a farm animal. You don't intend to take sass like this from a sheep. Take your leave instead.
That may be so, but look at the flies. And wisdom. Flies know when a creature will die. And it's around your head they're buzzing, not mine.
That's why I recommend everyone, at least if it's your first play through, that you get the pet pal or the ability that lets you speak with animals, because it's actually the best thing in these games. And then of course there is an inventory. I can buy
With 2 shakes of her stumpy tail, the sheep turns away from you to peruse her hay-filled manger.
Fair. And at least some RPGs, in this game I can buy almost from any NPC. Where was it? Ingredients. Okay. Take this one. Loot everything. If it's not stealing, it's lootable. One thing I almost never do is steal for some reason. I never steal. Unless I am playing a character that is a thief. Then it's a different story. Stealing is fun. But only thing I do is lust. Where was the bucket? Where did the bucket go? Here's the bucket. Oh. Did they change it? Red. There's a letter. Did I get letter by the way? No, hopefully it was bread that I got. Okay. Diamond. Eight. Orders from the gods do what's important. It's come to my attention again that several of you are bypassing the cargo hold to security measures by sliding boxes onto the pressure plates. This will not do. The purpose of these measures is to require the presence of at least 3 magisters at a chance of shift. Any deviation will result in at least 1 magister getting thrown overboard. Make sure it isn't you, Magister Russian. Yes, there is very good hiding spot, so yeah, I agree. Nah. It's like that, is it?
me out of this cage and I'll make it worth your while. You in?
Eye him carefully. Why is he in a cage in the first place?
Your guess is as good as mine. Someone screamed loud as a banshee. After that, pure pandemonium. They never even told me what I was accused of. Just dragged me down here.
Demand to know what exactly is in it for you.
Set me free, and I'll set you free. A fair trade, I should think. A gentleman among jesters, you are. Give that lever a pull, and I guarantee we'll both get something out of the deal.
Before you can even touch the lever, you hear a sniff and snort behind you as the snoring Magister mumbles himself awake. One bloodshot eye opens, and then another.
Is my shift over? Are you here to relieve me? Wait, you're no Magister. You're a sorcerer. What are you doing here, filthy lizard? Choose your words carefully. My fists ache to meet a new face.
Filthy lizard, have you know, these are quality scales. I think I have done this conversation before. Salute him and say his supposed sent you his to report to the abort deck. Tell him you heard yelling coming from above. He needs to get up your finest persuasion. Can I? No.
Those idiots can't even walk straight without mucking it up. Was it Rick's? I bet it was Rick's.
Let's sell bucket. I'm just selling to him everything that was in the previous. Here's that there.
Can't just leave the prisoner alone, though. I heard he might be the one causing trouble upstairs.
Memory persuasion. Remark on the sturdiness of the cell bars. The prisoner's not going anywhere. Ooh.
If it's all the same, I think it's best he comes with me. Some offence intended. You hear that, Emoire? We're taking a walk. directions where I can see them. Hurry it up, sorcerer. We haven't got all day.
No. No. You must certainly.
This escalated quickly. Okay. What do we have? We have Sucker Punch, Dimensional Bolt. Fireball. Ooh, that is a little too much. That was too much. Can he just... No, he can't. Okay, this might be a problem. Basic attack. And turn space, okay.
Dead Magister. Somebody will have to take the blame for this, and it won't be me.
So much for a peaceful stroll.
Oh, how long? Oh, 3 turns. Oh, never mind. Okay. Take a ball. Take that. Collect. Ah, sleepy boy. Collect that. locked. That is poison. Push barrel. Question is, can I do anything with it? Or to it? Oh, no, I'm not resting there. That looks dangerous. Ah! I am poisoned. I am poisoned. No. Mistakes were made. Nalle. I think that's enough. Yes. Still, anything that's not nailed down.
No marks, no indications of a struggle.
I have a pocket. I have a pocket. There.
It seems as though there's a pattern in the blood flow. That can't be natural.
I actually want to know what happens.
Why, you're looking... There you are. Not too tight, I hope. The collar, I mean. Oh, not to worry. Every dog has to get used to its leash. In the meantime, your next stop will be Magister William. All passengers have to be registered in the ship's manifest, and he's the chap in charge of the logs. You'll find him on the other side of this deck, in the officers' quarters. No. You're alive, and you're having a conversation. You are on a ship, of course, but luckily for us both, we're merely sailing the plain old sea.
Index fingers pressed to her lips, she pauses a moment to give you a scrutinizing gander.
My word, you do seem a bit befuddled, don't you? Perhaps I was a bit too generous with that sedative. Oh, well, I'm sure you'll soon gather your wits. Most likely. Eventually. In the meantime, all you need to know is that we're en route to Fort Joy. A new life awaits, and if you're a particularly good boy, perhaps a cure as well. An end to Sauce. For good.
Oh, no. Fort Joy is the best, funniest place on earth. Lean in and whisper that the monster below decks for the fatal encounter. You pull the thing around your neck futilely. Demand to know why she called you.
Why, for my peace of mind, of course. Why don't you try casting one of those Sauce spells of yours? See what happens.
You recall great powers building inside you, the ones you commanded before your capture. Unleash them.
Currents of magic surge inside you, boiling, bursting, then breaking, only to fade back into your soul like rain into the earth.
My, look at the concentration on your face. All will, but no result. There you have it. See? The collar's function. It neuters you of sorts. Makes you unable to cast Sauce. For your own peace of mind, of course. Yours and the whole world's.
Lean in and whisper that the magister below decks for the fatal encounter.
She frowns and peers at you closely, resting the back of one hand on your forehead and taking your pulse with the other.
Delusions such as these are rare, but not unheard of. I recommend a cup of mulled wine and another night's sleep. Just take it easy.
So the tutorial section was hallucination. That is actually unique. At least when it actually doesn't tell you anything. Sorskin insists there are no magics too foul, even those that would block or even remove the source within an individual. I delight in his madness. It is an invitation to manipulate all which we once believed immutable. He provided all manner of experimental subjects. The text beneath lists a series of hexes and materials required for muting Source. Some of those objects are circled in black ink and annotated as follows: helm, collar, mask.
It seems as though there's a
Tutorial sex? No. Sadly, there was no sex. Only blood.
There's been a murder here.
Behind the Magister, a bloodied mass lies in a heap. Gore and limbs lie at odd angles. You can't make out a face amid the mess.
There's been a murder. A sorcerer was killed by one of your own. Lucky you were busy getting your collar fitted at the time, or you'd be a suspect like the rest of them. Waters is investigating. She'll figure out who did it. Always does. You surprised? You're one of them. You know what sorcerers are capable of? Whoever did this found a way around their collar and killed a man. Small ones this time, thank the gods. We'll find out who did it, one way or another.
Ugly sight, isn't it? Burns me up this happened under our protection. We're extremely lucky no Voidwalker followed the source that did this.
She wasn't this man's protector, she was his captor. She's letting you so close to crime scene, for she knows you could be killer.
She looks up at you with a mirthless smile.
I was on duty in your room when the murder happened. You were asleep the whole time. Didn't even stir. You're one of the only indisputably innocent people on the ship. Unless you can commit murder in your sleep, of course. Figured as much. Listen, I could use someone to keep their ears open among the passengers. Sometimes they clam up in front of a uniform. Bring me a good lead, and I'll throw in a shiny gold coin for you. How about that?
Tell her your price is considerably higher than that.
Not in here, it isn't. You let me know if you hear anything. Whoever did this is dangerous. No known associates. In fact, he seemed quite averse to spending time with the others.
Poetry book? A woman from Driftwood with nearly care afforded me kisses that answered my prayer. I accepted her gift, then to my dismay, a spider she was, and I her buffet. Once feasting was over, she licked her red lips. I rose from the floor, still coming to grips. She thanked me for coming and bade her farewell. My prayer indeed answered, though still I did swell.
No lesions, no trauma.
A no doesn't become a yes over time, you know. Ah, there you are. Husband. Would you please tell this very charming gaggle of not-at-all brat-like babes that I am by no accounts this Losa woman, nor do I sing, in fact. I'm deathly allergical.
Today you are designing Cobalt OC. Nice. All my OCs and characters are always in my head. Play alone and take her arm with a crane. Tell that they must be mistaken.
How very correct you are, spouse of mine. Madame Josephine Gribbles de Peeb refuses to be confused with
Madame Josephine Gribbles the Peep. Perfect.
What? What's so funny?
Sound funny?
Her pinched face cracks into a great grin, and she shoos the children away from her with a laugh.
Veno the Peep it is, yes.
Yeah, okay, you found me out. Go on and get, and maybe I'll sing you something when I'm good and ready.
She turns to you, dark-eyed and dirty-haired, and smiles flatly.
Gotta keep ourselves entertained, haven't we? You presume right.
Sen on saying about the murder weapon on board.
Nope, trying not to find anything out either. Ignorance is bliss. The utterer, the better. Thanks, but I already belong to an elite and exclusive ship gang. We play ball every day after lunch. You're too soft for it.
You are doodling the design, so later you can commission a friend to draw her.
You take care, though.
Suddenly, her eyes cloud to an unnatural black. Greyish veins run down her face, and her mouth tightens into a cruel sneer. As quickly as they came, the clouds clear. She smiles as though no change came over her.
Good luck, Chief.
Good luck.
An elf sits tucked away in a dark spot, lazily rolling dice onto the surface of a barrel. They sound like the dry cackling of an old witch.
Snake eyes.
She chuckles.
I bet that's just what they'll look like. Rolling dice. Deciding fates. Don't worry, honey. It isn't yours.
She looks you up and down with the merest hint of a coy smile on her lips.
Never say never, though.
She smiles contemptuously.
Just a kitten in a corner, aren't we?
Actually, I am a lizard. At least now I am a lizard.
Soon as the Inquisitor gets here,
A broad dwarf sits totally upright on the bench, eyes closed, palms face up on his knees. His beard is a cascade of meticulous plaits, each one braided through with golden medallions. He raises an eyebrow as you approach, but doesn't open his eyes.
Listen up, boy. You hear that?
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right? I always knew you'd turn up rotten, Ben. The ship, of course. Your kind always...
Sounds of the ship.
A wave of sound washes over you. The unintelligible chatter of your shipmates, the groaning of wood from floor to ceiling, the boom, crash and crackle of waves around you, complaints from the sea itself.
And? Sick as a leper's cat. From the state of it, I'd say she's being cared for by a bunch of beardless babes who never loved anyone but their own mums. But there's more. Listen close. There now, just like that. Squeak! Aha!
His eyes snap open as his countenance breaks into an expression of joy. One great paw claps you on the back. The other catches you before you lose your footing.
There. You heard it, didn't you? I knew it. I knew it. Aye, this is good news, boy. Good news. It's the wheel. The wheel. Don't you see, you beautiful idiot? Squeaks whenever the helmsman jerks it clockwise, which means we're heading east. Burn my beard. That means if we've been travelling for, yes, only 10.34 nautical miles to Fort Joy.
Tell him he shouldn't talk like that about such a magnificent beard.
Ah, so you've eyes as well as ears, eh? You'll go far, mate. Even here.
Ask why he's so excited about reaching Fort Joy. You haven't heard anything good about the place.
No indeed, boy. But that ain't my final destination.
The dwarf leans back from the table and strokes his beard, gold medallions jingling merrily. His eyes roll over to you.
That'll be all. Thank you kindly, boy.
He continues stroking his beard, a beatific smile on his lips, and doesn't acknowledge you anymore.
It was one of them. I know it. Magisters are out for blood. You saw the body, didn't you? Big bruiser like you ought to be able to take them on.
Seems to me you should be a little more afraid. There's a killer about, after all.
Charles' skull is how much?
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right. I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Mest. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash now.
As soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with it.
Well, well. What have we here? A fresh face in this stale hell. Let's size you up, shall we? See if you'll do.
The lizard looks you up and down, like a farmer would a fetching horse. All of a sudden, he grips you firmly by the chin, with the intent of inspecting your teeth.
Yes. Let's see where this leads.
There's some discoloration, but I've seen worse. After all, one can't expect to find prime merchandise on a squalid little ship like this. Now then, to business. You will answer me 3 questions. The first one is this. Can you cook?
Tell him you're quite the wizard in the kitchen, true chef.
You've got this wolf on a leash now.
Oh, goodness, no. And don't even mention the demon's testes that are turnips. On to the second question. Can you knit, weave? In short, tailor?
Most certain, tell him given a sheet of satin you can make a bum look like a balloon.
Oh, but to feel the caress of satin on my scarlet skin once more. A most satisfactory answer indeed. On then to my final query. Have you the ability to administer the upkeep of one's personal appearance? The delicate art of cosmetics is what I'm after.
Say you must certainly have personal pride, your nostalgia to combs, powders and perfumes.
The very basics, then. I suppose that's a start. So, 3 questions asked, 3 questions answered. Let's evaluate, shall we? As per your own testimony, you can tailor and groom, but you have the taste buds of a dung beetle. Still, beggars can't be choosers. So without further ado, I offer you my sincerest congratulations. As of now, you are my slave.
You're over the moon, tell him you accept.
Of course you accept. Mine wasn't an offer, it was an order. Anyway, you may leave me for a moment. We'll go over your duties once we reach Fort Joy. Now shoot!
You can actually see why Red Prince is my favorite.
Forgive me, kin. Were that I had more than gruel to serve. If I'd more than cornmeal and rotting roots, I'd concoct something more fitting.
Murder most foul, and I strongly suspect you.
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
Do you?
That right?
Well,
I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Nest. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Well, you've got this wolf on a leash now.
Soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with it.
Meanwhile, the Magisters feast on honeyed meat behind this very wall. The indignity.
I know it.
Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm trying to concentrate.
They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them.
I'll give you that knuckle.
Now I have
Carrying on.
boots.
One of us wouldn't kill our own. They're picking us off one by one.
Can we just skip to the part where I reassure you and you shut up?
You think me mad?
Mad?
Okay, now I have to check.
Surely.
What are you trying to hear anyway?
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for me to listen.
So which are 10?
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right? I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Nest. Your kind always hung closest to our divine, like wolves around a campfire.
Pressure
You've got this
one.
wolf on a leash now.
Soon as the Inquisitor gets here, we'll hang you right over the side of this ship with it.
It was one of them. I know it.
Would you put a knuckle in it? I'm trying to concentrate.
They don't care about us. We're like cattle to them.
I'll give you that knuckle if you keep carrying
Wait.
One of us wouldn't kill our own.
You! Sorcerer! Blood? No! Go! Just skip to the part where I reassure you and you shut up.
You think me mad?
Mad?
Is it because he's larger than you, perhaps?
Surely.
What are you trying to hear anyway?
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for me to listen.
Yes.
Never thought you'd end up a prison guard, Vic.
That right? I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Nest.
The elf is reading a volume of Cranley Hubert's famous encyclopedia. He looks up, his big round eyes scanning your body, absorbing every detail. He reaches out, flicks a finger against one of your scales, and rubs his chin.
Fascinating.
Thank you.
He sits back and returns to his book, flicking quickly from page to page, completely oblivious to your presence.
Well, this is a prison ship. So, there has to be at least one person who is larger than me. Reach over and ruffle his hair with a grin.
What purpose did that serve? Was that a greeting? Was it... Oh! Oh dear. I seem to have crossed some cultural taboo. How... difficult. You have my apologies, Lizard. Perhaps I should demand the same from those red-cloaked humans. They laid their hands on me more than once. I do not believe I have been drawn anywhere. It is a quaint little read, but it has its faults. It is simultaneously too detailed and insufficient. I know the beginning of this tale and the end, but I am rather missing the middle. Tell me, what do you know of our world's history?
I can actually understand it. You have to be more specific. What lands? In my homeland, yes. In these lands, probably not. But that I can understand what Fane was telling. You know, when I am trying to look at tutorial how to do something, it tells me how to do stuff, but sadly it's also missing information that helps me. Some very specific information that gives me trouble. Always when I try to look tutorials.
Oh, please. I have no interest in that. Your books are too full of it already. No, I want to know about the Celestial. I want to know about your gods. This text tells me that they created all creatures, but nothing of what came before. Where did these gods come from? Who are their people? Where are the others of their kind? Of course you don't have any useful information. Why did I expect anything else? Now please, run along. I have a world to decipher.
No amount of pestering will get the elf to take his eyes off his book or respond to your questions.
Select, my sweet Samut child. There is dwarves.
I always knew you'd turn out rotten, Ben Mest.
In the same ship.
Your kind always hung closest to our divine.
Have you ever wondered what they hide under their beards?
Soon as the Inquisitor gets here,
those beards are not for decoration.
A scruffy man lounges against the wall with scarred arms folded. A sly smile playing on his face, he stares across at the Magister guarding him. Noticing you, he straightens and beckons for you to come closer.
Watch your back, new fish. There's a murderer on board, and I'd bet 3 months' pay it's this trampy-fan.
Rolling his eyes at the Magister's warning, the man named Ifan beckons again.
Or Samuel instead cries out to salute to Ifan.
He leans in and adjusts your collar with a sharp tug, balancing its weight so it no longer presses unpleasantly on your neck. He winks.
Pinches less that way, right?
Hocking a phlegmy gobbet in your general direction, the sullen Magister settles back to his task of glowering at Ifan. And now, you.
We used to know each other, more's the pity. I was his commander many, many, many moons ago. Isn't that right, Vic?
Standing far back from Ifan, the tight-faced Magister draws one finger across his throat in an elaborate fashion, but says nothing. Ifan grins, flashing pointed white teeth.
Same as he was at 14 years old. Only difference is somebody gave him a bigger sword and now he's Johnny Big Pants. Long story. Maybe I'll tell you about it in the Joy. Away from interested parties. No. The dead man, Finn, is it? I'd no business with him. And I wouldn't put a man down without good reason.
He glances over at Magister Victor, who's staring back at him with pointed intensity.
Damn shame sheer annoyance isn't reason enough. The Joy, I've heard a lot. Nothing good. No surprise there, since Bishop Alexander runs the show. Wonder if we'll get to meet the Ringmaster himself.
You thought to meet Alexander, you'd show him exactly what to think of this bloody divine order.
Not eager to bow before the great Bishop Alexander, son of the Divine himself. My sentiments exactly. But Vic here will blow a blood vessel if he hears you talking like that.
What are you conspiring about over there? You, Lizard, what's your name?
Oh, don't mind him. Vic's just got a bee in his bonnet. And that bee is me.
Name?
I'll tell you if you can keep it quiet long enough for me to listen.
How dare you classify this slop as food?
Magister Victor looks at you suspiciously, then scrawls something illegible down in a tiny notebook. He scowls at you as he stows the notebook back in his voluminous robes.
Away with you, at once.
Ifan performs an elaborate pantomime of keeping quiet, one finger in front of his lips as he leans back against the wall.
There's been a murder, Your Majesty. Maybe that has the Magisters more concerned than your appetite.
Don't you get saucy with me when you clearly don't know the first thing about sauce.
Sepilla.
That's enough now.
Your kind always hung closest to our divine.
Here to register, sir. Good, good. Magister Williams is just about done with the last passenger.
What do you have?
You faring okay so far?
Say you've been through worse.
Trust me, with Bishop Alexander in charge, things will get a lot better from here on out. He's God-woken, you know. You head on in now. Williams will get you sorted fast.
One thing I am doing before continuing, looking everything is fine, good. You know, in the stream. Everything looks fine. I was just checking that if there is, you know, that it looks at it should. That there is no, something isn't no left out.
Do you? Well, perhaps you're absolutely...
Standing at the center of the room, you spot a sorcerer haughtily eyeing a pair of nervous-looking magisters. They keep their crossbow trained upon her as she's being interrogated by an officer.
So you admit it then? You murdered that poor fella?
Yes, I did. But of course, that was only the beginning.
She turns her head and looks you straight in the eye.
There are others whose lives must end.
Good God, the woman's mad. You there, sorcerer, go and fetch Magister Siwan. We need to do more than collar this maniac. We need to shackle her, hands and feet.
It means your journey draws to a close. Do stick around for its finale, though, because...
She reaches for her collar and simply removes it.
I'm just about to create a scene.
Subdue her, men, quickly! If she casts Source, the Voidwoken will come. They'll end us all.
She smiles with wicked satisfaction.
Precisely.
What's happened?
That didn't look good. They are internal, because we are a lizard. Not. As you can see, it doesn't show, so they are internal like all the lizards. It is inside. Until there is use to it. Like crocodile, I think. Hello. Intelligence, so yeah. Yeah, sadly, but this is Twitch. I have to be family friendly. deck of cards. Hello. No, open. Source Hound. By the way, what? There's 2 physical armor, okay.
The young woman lies in a heap on the floor. She's breathing normally, but her eyes are wide open, like those of a corpse. Dark, greyish-black clouds swirl through them.
No.
Oh! What happened? Must have been the turnips. Water? Wine, for goodness sake! Oh!
The lizard's eyes close as he slips into unconsciousness.
Examine. Dead. Okay. You know, fine. Loot everything.
The Magister lies on the floor, unconscious and bleeding from a dire-looking wound. Performance successful 5th. Social Hoard. Pumpkin seed flour, 1 crate sunflower 4, 1 crate turnips, flake-gates, oh, poplins, cabbages, human ale.
flower pot. Society. Wait. Okay, that was that. And same thing, yeah? Then no. A few of them are in good spirits, especially children. The others are sullen. Don't blame them. Change is rough, but they'll make new friends sooner or later. And when we cure them for good, they'll be thanking us, not cursing. Well, most of them. That elf with the dice, that lone wolf, the cranky-voiced woman in the kitchen. Some folks won't get over it. Reckon they won't be first to get cured, if they ever cured at all. Laboratory key, cargo door key. Let's go.
The hound paws desperately at its snout. It winces as it draws blood from its wet black nose and continues scratching.
So the dog has to get out of here. The ship is going to sink.
The dog notices you for the first time and snarls, the hairs on its back prickling as it lowers itself into a lunge.
You sorcerer!
It sneezes suddenly and paws at its nose once more.
Can't smell. Can't breathe. Too much sauce. Too much. Too much. Please make it stop.
Ask the dog if its job isn't to hunt sorcerers. Tell it to go find the one who did this.
Too much. Too much. Can't smell. Can't breathe.
The dog whines and continues pawing at its nose.
Damn, that doesn't bode well. Onwards and upwards. God damn it! Need to get off this wreck, and quick! Not long before this thing snaps into splinters.
Loot everything first. Ooh. Skills with intelligence. Is staff one hand weapon?
What in blazes? Something's pounding on the hull.
Staff of Magus. This might do for now. I hope. No. There. Because we don't have any party members yet. Deadfog Palace have been locked down in the storage. Stay out. You and Nick both. If anyone starts fooling around down there, it'll be lights out.
Suddenly face to face with an undead. His skull is bizarrely angular, and a glorious jewel sits in the middle of his forehead. The skeleton is quickly leafing through a volume of Cranley Hubert's famous encyclopedia, muttering to himself.
No. What damn fools record knowledge on a pulped tree? It catches fire, it turns into must when wet, it cannot even resist acid. No wonder they're so bloody ignorant.
The skeleton looks up and notices you for the first time.
Oh, it's you. Shouldn't you be running and screaming or some such?
The skeleton groans and looks back to his book, frantically flipping from page to page.
Yes, indeed. It's the look of someone that wants to read the bloody book he's holding. Now, if you're really quite finished, I believe you have lifeboats to flee to.
That's it, the elf.
Please, I was no more an elf than you are those rags you're wearing.
I don't have any rags.
I
am nude.
Rather ingeniously designed, which allowed me to take that primitive form. A mask that was stolen by that damned witch after her little scene. Still, she'll drown with the rest of these fools, and I will simply pluck my mask from her cold, dead hands.
The skeleton holds up his book in one quick, frustrated movement.
I am trying to discover if there is anyone worth saving. And I will be damned if I let the lives of some mayflies get in my way. Go on, go. Swim or drown or do whatever takes your fancy. I have a book to read.
He's charming. My first bow. Finesse is 10. Safe.
The marking on the door was painted recently, judging from its pungent scent. You don't recognize the symbol, but it's clearly warning you away. You press your palm against the door to open it. The wood feels neither cold nor warm, but simply grey. The color drains from your hand, and you are left numb. It doesn't budge. The door groans open, but an ashen shadow clouds your mind.
Oscarin Deathfog wasn't gas used by the Divine Order in the last war. It is best avoided. Stained shirt. I still need pants.
Deathlock! I need to get out of here now!
Where is the... sword. The stats of multi-band cast level and summoning ability. Resistant to poison. Ow. I did it. My first fight. Official fight. Not the first fight, but still I will count it as a first fight. No one can tell me otherwise.
That means there's still a chance.
Shut your trap, kid. Children and dwarfs first, just like the old stories say.
The dwarf yanks at one of the nearby ropes to no avail.
You said there were other people down there. We need to help them.
You see those tentacles, kid? It's time to get the hell out of here.
Call the dwarf a yellow-bellied coward. You'll head onto the lower deck and check for survivors. The ship trembles beneath your feet, but get the kids right. Say you'll go back to the lower deck and look for survivors.
Thank you! There's a ladder right over there. You can go straight down.
You're gonna be the death of us here.
That's what they all say.
You can walk. Get yourself up the ladder. There's a... Wait! Find Woken!
Elemental totem is 2. Let's move there. Use the Lacum Blaze here. And then Elemental Totem.
These beardless bugs won't sink the ship on my watch.
Big brain moment.
I thought Void Woken was supposed to be scary.
Let the games begin.
They who are about to triumph.
I've faced worse.
Don't tarry. This old tub is about to burst.
Petrol. Let's not do that.
I hear something.
She tries to speak, but can only gape as she clutches her neck, trying to stem the bleeding of a gushing wound. With jagged movements, she raises her clenched fist and holds out a length of cloth, soaked with some kind of strong-smelling tincture.
Take the cloth and hold it tight to the wound to try and stem the bleeding.
Blood quickly soaks through the cloth. Magister C1's mouth opens and closes, her eyes wide in terror.
And Hamilton put the cloth and wrap it snugly around her neck like a tourniquet.
Blood pours out from around the bandage. Magister Siwan reaches out to you, her hand flailing.
Hold the cloth tighter to the wound.
It's working. The pressure is stemming the flow of blood. Siwan clutches your arm, her eyes locked with yours. Something within the ship snaps. The floorboards shudder.
Continue holding the cloth to the wound. Takes one's hand at the right to help her stand.
Siwan struggles to her feet, clinging to you tightly. The ship lets out a deep groan, then cracks.
It's ripping the ship apart! This is it! She's going down!
I have plans for you, child. Rise.
Honorable Dallas, we lost a ship sailing sorcerer prisoners to Fort Joy. We assume some escaped and broke their collars. Their vile magic lured the Voidwoken. All who were aboard are presumed dead. Yours faithfully into eternity, High Judge Orivan.
Those Voidwoken make short bloody work of a ship. Am I the lone survivor? It seems someone, something, wanted me alive.
Now we are on a beach. Consume.
I thought the Order would get rid of any trace of the old Source King.
Hello.
The child has a small mirror in his hands. He holds it up at angles, inspecting his eyes, his chin, the crown of his head. He spots you, and his arms snap to his sides.
I'm not supposed to talk to lizards. Really? Like, what kind of stories?
Tell him you know an excellent one about the Dragon King. He ruled vast lands and married a beautiful elf princess.
A dragon that marries an elf? That sounds silly. Can I hear it anyway?
You want me to tell the tale of the dragon, but despite your best efforts, you notice that your knowledge of legends and monsters is somehow upsetting the child.
I figured.
Are you a sorcerer? One of those guys that brings the bad void things here?
The child looks at you straight on, unafraid, searching your face. He lifts his mirror to his nose, closes one eye, and looks at himself again.
I don't see any source on you or me. I guess they're wrong or crazy. No one cares where I go. They know I can't leave the island. It's nicer out here than inside anyway.
Ask him if his parents know where he is.
They're gone now. The Magisters took them already. I guess now they're cured. And maybe they're waiting for me back at home.
So it didn't say what here your ship was at. Yeah.
But you didn't die. There isn't anywhere safer. That's what I mean. You'll see. I guess I am, but it's just normal to be scared. Nowhere isn't scary. You can stay out
by
here
the way.
with me if you want. You don't seem that scary.
Lockpicks. Those are actually something that I need. No, too expensive. 26, so 22? No. Still too expensive. Oh wait. Ah, yeah, he doesn't have any gold. Yeah, so it has to be 19. Okay, 9. There. There. All that for lockpicks.
Voidwoken. Those are the same beasts that sank our ship. Damn. They've made it to shore.
Bobo.
I thought these bloody collars were supposed to keep those things at bay. Drowned and eaten by a voidwoken. I wonder in which order.
Look here, Quercus. Another giant. My word, this blasted isle is teeming with
Oh!
What's that? Yes, I did see how it made short work of the great acorn servants. Quite right, very impressive. But that is no reason to trust it. Giants like that destroyed our forests. They are the very reason the great acorn is returning in all its wrath. What? Dear me, have you taken leave of all 6 of your senses? You would have me use this giant for a shield? Why would I... Oh, I see. You cunning devil, Quercus. Of course, if it defeated the great acorn's vile servants, it can do so again. We need only follow in its big, wide shadow and be safe.
Laugh and tell him he quite welcome to follow in your shadow as to sure why he accuses us of destroying his forest.
Egad, it speaks our tongue, Quercus. Before... What do you mean a good time for introductions? You know full well who I am, you silly old cat. The great Salora, grandest of the... Oh, introduce myself to the giant. I shall do no such thing. You give away your trust too easily, my dear steed. No, we will have the giant march. In time, we'll see whether it deserves our confidence. Now, onwards! Shield! Venture forth, post-haste. The great acorn waits for no one.
So...
Our shield speaks, Quercus. Prick up your phantom ears.
Does he follow me? He follows me?
You spot a strange lizard gazing over the water with a steady, malcontent stare. His skin is of a bright, blood-red color. Could he be... Yes, you recognize him from the ship. It would seem you're not the only one who survived the tentacles of the deep. The lizard turns about with the graceful ease of a dancer, or a duelist. You lock eyes with his, 2 smouldering embers that sizzle your very soul.
And a dutiful servant you are too. The chances are I wouldn't have survived that shipwreck had you not returned to the aid of your master down that dreadful hold. You have my gratitude.
Hand over heart, he salutes you with a bob of the head. More than a nod, though less than a bow.
Yes, I'm sure you've all the makings of a hero and all that, but let's not get carried away, shall we? Nevertheless, one good turn does deserve another, so as far as the whole slave business is concerned,
let's just forget about it. You may as well have your freedom. Now then, if there's nothing further... I'm sure I don't mean to sound condescending, but I had thought it quite self-evident I was gazing out over the waves.
He sighs dramatically.
Tell me, what do you see when you cast your glance over this ocean? Memories. Quite so.
He looks out over the water once more, and so do you. A few tranquil moments pass as the waves lap against your thoughts.
As for myself, when I consider this vast expanse before us, I see an empire. I see continents dotted with mighty cities, and shimmering along the soft curve of the sea's horizon, I picture the palaces that formed my paradise. Lost. Of course, it's rather specific. Quite obviously, I'm musing over the very actual empire that I lost.
Suddenly, having all the air of being deeply offended, he stares at you with utter incredulity.
Well, don't just stand there gawking like an ape at an abacus. Or do you really mean to tell me you don't know who I am? The very same. I am the Red Prince, the All-Conqueror, the World-Tamer, the Spouse of the Sun. Of course you know me.
There's a brief moment's pause, during which his grandiloquent pose deflates ever so slightly.
That said, I suppose I must own up to the fact that I find myself rather in between all-conquering and world-taming opportunities at the moment. The grandeur that is my fate has hit a bit of a snag. But never you worry. For the throne I was destined, and my throne I shall have. Truly. A kind offer indeed. And you've already proven to be trustworthy enough. You came back for the others on that ship, after all. Fine, I accept. On one condition. For reasons I'll not disclose right now, it is imperative that I should meet with a dreamer, one of our kind's revered mystics. I've reason to believe one of them may be present on this island. Promise me we'll look for him, and I'll extend you the blessing of my company. Jolly good. So, now that that's settled, first things first. Even if you are as versed in the art of eloquence as I am, that our swords will be doing a lot of the talking from here on out goes without saying. As a born fighter, I prefer the perfection of the blade myself. But I'm well acquainted with the secrets of magic, and yes, even subterfuge. What say you? Very well. Onwards, then, to victory or death.
The Red Prince nods and gives you a smile that wavers ever so delicately
Hopefully
between
it's
courtesy and contempt.
victory.
Now, as you're aware, you'll be traveling with a prince. Proper forms of address include Your Majesty, Your Royal Highness, or if you're feeling particularly frivolous, My Lord.
I'm sorry, it was the last one. Milord.
As your luck,
I don't know why.
I seem to be fresh out of luggage, so you won't be required to carry my belongings.
Jolly good.
Of course, there are other forms of protocol to bear in mind, but I'll see to it you'll pick up the rest as we go. So, without further ado, let us be off.
Let's see now. Knife on a stick. I think because Red Prince is in the fourth line, he probably needs that more.
A black cat. Some would see this as an omen.
The cat's eyes are clouded and grey, but it stares at you with acute intensity.
What? How did I get... Hey, stop following me.
Insist that you aren't following it about you. Ask the cat if it's feeling okay.
Huh? Yeah, fine. I'm fine. I'm not sure. It's all a little foggy.
The cat opens his mouth as if to speak, but his eyes lose focus, and with a jerk he turns away from you.
I never want to set foot on a stuffy old boat ever again. Never.
Look, it's thrice.
Hey, mister. It's a lot nicer here than that stinking boat, huh? I'm sure glad you went back to save the others. Saw one of them wringing out their tunic at the shore a few hours ago. Say hi for me. Ooh, that's a pretty one. Now where should I put this one?
Nothing.
I've spotted something. Let's hope this is worth the digging.
Actually, it was very worth. It actually gives physical armor. Wait a minute. Red Prince gets that. And I am nude. Again. I always get nude when I do something. I feel like this is a pattern.
Need I repeat myself?
I know nothing of any Verdus.
We'll stay back, sorcerer, and stay silent. Our Godwoken speaks.
We know you've been helping sorcerers escape, Atusa. We have proof.
I'd sooner cut my tongue out than lie to you, Alexander. I know nothing of any escapees.
If you can tell the Godwoken no more, your tongue is of no use. Cut it out.
This can't be serious, Alexander. Come!
You should know by now to obey your superior, Magister, whatever she may ask.
Atusa pinches the tip of her tongue with 2 fingers and brings her dagger to its root. Her eyes squeeze shut. Drops of blood form against the dagger's edge and quickly fall to the ground. She groans.
Stop! My father, may his soul rest in peace, would be disappointed in you, Atusa. To think you would lie to his only son, your bishop, and your friend these many years. The fate of our realm hangs in the balance. If you will not help us save it, then you will help the Void destroy it. Dallas?
Yes, Your Holiness?
I believe we're done here.
What a waste. Come, we'll be needed elsewhere.
I leveled up. Where can I check? Intelligence and summoning. And then you physical armor physical armor of your shield, set knockdown for basic attack and strength. It was German, sir.
Did you see him? You did, right? Those claws. Wonder what's behind the masks, too. Can't be pretty. The Geists, dummy. The Hammer and Alexander had 2 in tow just a moment ago. Ugh. Thought you lot would be interested in a thing like that.
Note that with soldiers like that, the Manchester is forced to play Dragon with more so than ever.
Got that right. It's a new dawn and a new order. Out with Source, out with Void, and in with the days of Dallas. Hurrah! Now why don't you move along and settle in? A Magister will come and find you when they're ready for you. Could be a while, though. We're up to our hoods in sinners these days.
Come on, old man. I can't wait all day.
Pipe down. It's time to accept reality. A fella can't hear himself think with all this racket. Day and night she hollers after that child. You hear that, Farah? You got to cut that out. What's happened to ya?
Say that if he doesn't like it, perhaps he should have her.
Aye, she needs help, but none that I can give. Matters a cooker, that one, and twice as loud. Distraught don't even begin to cover it. She's hollering after that child of hers, killed by a void woken she was. Been dead and buried for a month now. Never even stepped foot in Fort Joy. And there ain't no amount of hollering that'll bring her back.
Please, I'm sorry, but you must leave. My baby's terrified of lizards. She may be hiding from you even now. Irma! Irma, darling, are you here? Please, sweetheart, where are you? No, I'm sorry, but she's terribly frightened of lizards. She's just a child. Doesn't know better just yet. Please, good day. Irma, where are you, dear? Mummy's worried sick about you.
He hasn't changed a bit. Always late.
Where is he? Irma, Mummy's right here.
I don't think I ain't watching.
Pipe down, Farah. It's time to accept reality.
When another divine rises, will Source change back?
You there. You've just arrived, isn't that right? Are you quite alone?
What in his death so the void woken not attractive?
It's just, I've a proposition. Something very worth knowing. But it's hardly a group affair. I only need one. Oh, noble. But after the Magisters take you all, your nobility will have been for nothing. Good luck with your friends, though. Enjoy your last days in good company, won't you?
I only know that if you think about it logically, she's much better off.
Ha! I found you, didn't I? Red, they said. Red, then dead.
Is this going to be an attempt on your life? Because they are every both angry.
Not an attempt, mate. Not if I can bloody help it. Time's up, Your Highness. Let's dance. It's stabbing time.
Stabbing time? Restore fragile members of your shield. Can I? No. This is one. So, burn. Okay.
Deplorable surrounding for an agreeable conversation, but go ahead.
Naren, you have served me well in the past, you will do so again. Use the scroll included with this letter and cast it in the public square in Arx. You will be arrested for source use and shipped to Fort Joy. Once on the island you will search for a red-skinned lizard. You will kill him. You will cut the body to pieces. You will ensure no magic in the world can restore him back to life. You have your orders. Your weight in gold awaits you. Good luck and good hunting.
Quite right. Do seek my counsel.
The woman looks out on the gently lapping waves. She seems totally at peace, but as you approach, she turns to you with a cheerful smile.
Haven't seen you around here before. New? Well, don't worry too much if you have a hard time settling in. Takes a while to get used to the place. You here alone?
She gives you a long look.
You keep them friends of yours close, eh? Some of us haven't got anyone at all anymore. Not much in this world someone you love can't make better. Used to be I had a family. A husband and a little boy. We were healers. Source was in our blood. Then they brought us here. I couldn't stop them from taking my boys from me when they did. Reckon they were cured. Maybe even released. Don't know why the Reds didn't take me too. Now I'm just waiting for him to call my name. Waiting and remembering.
Her eyes sparkle.
Kind of you to ask. Stefan, he was my little one. Smart as a whip and no less wicked. And my husband, he was called Felix. He was an expert healer. Could fix a broken bone in a short minute.
She talks for some time about birthdays, about Felix's prickly beard, about the skunk Stefan once dragged home for a pet. Joy radiates from her as she remembers. She places a warm hand on your shoulder.
What a gift to think of them. I'd like to give something to you too. A family recipe. One of Felix's best. He'd be happy to know it went to such a warm soul. Take care of yourself. You hear? You're a sweet one.
Cooking station. Do I have any recipes?
Comes it. Come on, you stubborn hunk of garbage.
The dwarf's fingers clamp around a splintered chunk of wood nailed to the skeleton of an old ship. His whole body strains with the effort of wrenching the plank free, to no avail.
Ah. Got two of my own, haven't I?
The dwarf spits into each of his calloused palms and rubs them together before placing them both back on the plank and pulling.
Bleeding nail must be charmed or something. Yeah. Go on then. Why don't you give it a shot?
You grab the plank and pull. The rusted nail pops loose, and the plank promptly crumbles to pieces in your hand.
Oh, look at that. Nice of you to finish the job after I loosened her up.
He winks and flips a gold coin toward you. It makes a long, high arc, glinting in the sun, and lands squarely in your hand.
For your trouble. No, but I'd hoped to build something with it that would be worth 1,000. Yeah, it were a fool's errand thinking I could make something out of this heap, but I couldn't help myself from trying.
He sucks a finger and holds it up to the wind, testing the breeze.
Winds like these, she would have capsized before she reached the break. Well, on to plan B.
He gives you a wry look, as though deciding whether to trust you.
Aye, was planning to build me a raft and paddle off. I've got business north of here, in a town called Driftwood. Far be it from me to miss an appointment. Why don't we make a deal then? You help me get out of this place, and I'll do the same for you. That's the spirit.
He lifts an invisible cap and bows with the grace of a courtier.
Pleased to make your acquaintance. The name's... well, the name's dead and buried. What matters is what they call me. Beast. Well, there's a new one. Hawk of the high seas, eh? I like it. I'll tell you when you're older. Anyhow, we're a team now, so the me is not half as important as the us. Let's get down to brass tacks. Fighting, I mean. I've been up and down the realm so often it'd make your cabbage spin, and I picked up a few tricks along the way. Truth be told, I've grown fond of crushing and casting. A battle mage, if you like. But there's not so important as team dynamics. So what'll it be? Then it's settled. Capital! Well, that's that sorted. Onward then. I've got to get out of here, and soon. And I suppose you do too.
leis de Veno der stam. Coloured like a dog, a very tall, very scaly dog. I'd pity you, but Sceptre the Ineffable has no patience for weakness. Laughing in the faces of my enemies, of course. Little do they know, the most powerful sorcerer the world has ever known scuttles on their very shores. But of course, they'll happily dump your maggot-ridden corpse into the sea when they're through with you. Sorcerers dance while magisters pull the strings. Fools all! Their tomfoolery won't save them from the destruction the void shall wreak upon them. Ha! Of course, precious. But which is worse, the cure or the disease? This power is my birthright, same as yours, but one of us has grown to astounding heights and the other has sunk into depths too humiliating to describe. Pity.
Okay. It has saved, so I can tonight. Level 3. Oh no.
Prepare yourself.
Then what can you do? Battle. Shocking touch. No resistance to earth. That is interesting. Beast will go there. There's an oil barrel. Wait. That is immune to fire damage, right? Yeah. So I can just use this. Oh, that is cheating. That is very much cheating. Yes. Already listed. Yes. That actually explains why the crocodile was able to teleport. He had gloves of teleportation. Too much blood and bodies. If the rumors are true, I'll be rich as an ancient. Can't expect less from a kinsfolk, even one on a pleasant island. If it's anything like the Silver Glen jails, getting out will be as easy as getting in. They'll take any sorcerer these days, and that's easy enough to fake. Landed. Found a foot marker right away. Says he's got a teleporter spell I can filch easy enough. Just had to say I'd escape with him. Far be it from me to lead a stranger to all that gold though. So close I can almost smell it. The vault ought to be just outside the prison, if I can believe Barbara. Her maps, my golden ticket, I see it behind my lids when I close my eyes.
Leave it.
Okay, what have I explored?
Don't tell anyone where you got this, eh?
Watch yourself.
This is Fort Joy.
For delivery. Surely you'll have one.
What a crumbling disaster.
Scram, snake face.
Maybe you don't speak ancient. What I mean is, I'm very tired. Unless you have a bit of... Never mind. Excuse me.
Worse than war rations, these.
These are paladins.
Here's the goods. Like you wanted. Everything there? Good.
Not enough money for you. With you.
Find any bread. I want no trouble.
Bread or brisket, goes the same.
Your grift teaches you to bully others. Pathetic.
You keep his name out.
You! Help me teach this beast. He must respect. If not, he comes for you next.
Respect? Huh. Someone's got to keep this place running. Griff can't do it for free. Why'd you gotta make this so hard?
An intense-looking man steps between the thug and the elf and rolls up his sleeves, revealing well-muscled and heavily scarred arms. You recognize him. It's Ifan, who you met aboard the ship on the way here.
Just stand aside, won't you, mate? This is no business of yours.
Lone wolves decide their own business.
The thug freezes in fear for a moment before shuffling back to the protection of his crony.
Pay up, elf. No one shorts Griff. Especially not one of you. Everyone in camp's got to contribute. For food, for protection, no exceptions. Especially not for elves. Griff's orders.
Food? Protection? I have neither.
You two ought to be thanking your lucky gods it's us, and not the Magisters enforcing round here. A fool never knows what they've got till it's well and gone. Now come on, elf. If you make me say it again, there's gonna be trouble.
And neither will I.
We got a system, and it looks like you don't want to fit in.
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Thank you for your help with that, thug. No doubt he turns on you next. These humans hate us.
She bows.
In this cave, we trust the healer. She is young, but she sees. She knows more than we know. In the camp, the brute Griff rules. He who gives the bread has the power. It gives me great pain. I'm with my family. We are making beautiful magic. We are healing a tree cut down with great violence. The Magisters come. My family runs, but I fall. My son looks back. I shout to him to run. I am taken. I hear of no escapes. The only way out is through the Magisters, through their cure. Thugs, I can stand, but I fear the Magisters. Follow me, before more of them trouble us.
Hello? You gonna pray all day, buddy?
I've an errand to run around here first. I'll catch up with you there later.
Remember, past the kitchens, down to the beach, inside the caves there. There is a safe place.
Stefan rolls his sleeves back down and casually wipes some blood from his cheek. He nods at you, the shadow of a smile on his lips.
Good work there. Good work. I can tell you've got chops. Say, you were on the ship here with me, weren't you?
He stretches out one rough hand to shake yours. He grips your hand tight as a vice and shakes it, hard.
Say, you don't look all that busy now that we're safely on dry land. I could use someone to watch my back, and it looks like you could use someone to watch yours. I've just got a small errand to run, and then I'll be looking to get the hell out of here while I've still got a neck to collar. How about we stick together until we get out of this place?
He shrugs, looking off to the side.
Mercenaries. It's a job. My job. The usual way. Haphazard, terrifying, and drenched in blood. Haven't quite worked out the details yet, but I'll wager it'll be no worse than what'll happen if we stay put. 2 heads are better than 1, and when push comes to shove, 4 fists are better than 2, right?
He grins, sharp teeth glittering in the midday sun.
So, before we hit the road, it's best if we decide battle strategies up front. Should keep more of our blood in. Survival's my main priority. I'll use every trick in the book to keep us alive. But if a wayfarer's not what you're after, I've got other skills. What do you need? Can do. Onwards.
He scans the horizon for threats with one green eye, then nods back at you.
Right you are. Lead the way.
Path under the collar. Beast.
Hello? You gonna pray all day, buddy? Is that indigestion or is it... Oh god, not now.
Oh yeah. I have pants.
Hello? You gonna pray all day, buddy? Stay down, you!
Finish 13.
Bow your head, please! If we chant the endless prayer, the next divine will ascend!
Oh, I don't feel so good.
Amidst a crowd of screws, bolts, and scraps of metal, the woman is manipulating a glove-like contraption fitted with 5 long metal skewers. She doesn't look up as you approach.
And what you after? I ain't. Just seeing how it's made. She's clever, Dallas. Made these herself, for those bodyguards of hers. Boy, they're sharp.
She looks up.
You looking to buy something? Found it in the scrap heap not so long ago. We used to know each other back in the day, you know. Dallas and I.
Indigestion or is it... Oh god, not now.
I will keep that. Ooh, this is something I need. And that one. These are too expensive sadly, but I know where to get those in emergency.
Never knew her to be much of a wrench head back in the day, but once she joined the Order, she started turning out all manner of oddities.
As if that is who entered those colors.
She nods once.
You looking to buy something? Or do you just want to waste my time with a whole lot of questions? For you? Hell no. Worthy is exactly the right word. You know, someone who's proven himself might earn my time of day. Speaking of, you haven't, so buy or shove off. All manner of things. Have a look.
Actually, class of teleportation might work with Ivan. No, wait. Actually, no, I am alone. I am very alone. Because if I have teleportation, wait a minute. I can use fire. And then teleport someone into the fire. Yes. Perfect plan.
Leave me. Go.
She smiles and reaches out as if to touch your arm, but pulls back at the last moment.
Sorry. I almost forget sometimes.
I can't wait to see what's next to be done with this.
This is permanent. Oh. Here it is.
Think you're coin then?
Perhaps if those bleeding dwarves didn't eat so much.
Griff is slowly, methodically peeling the skin from a potato. As you approach, he looks up, setting the potato, but not the sharp little knife, down on the table.
What? Who's asking?
He smirks and holds the little knife up to the light, watching it glint.
I'm listening.
Here's the goods. Like you wanted.
Can't help you there. If I could, I wouldn't be here peeling goddamn potatoes. Worse than war rations, these. Leave him be. Don't make me say it again.
Listen, I can help you if you just...
Like you wanted. Take your coin.
Shut up, elf. This clown? Caught him stealing from my kitchen. Still won't say where he stashed my supplies. Sound like someone you'd let off with a slap on the wrist. Supplies. Crate of food, citrus in particular. He'll talk, or he'll die quiet. Alls I want is my supplies. Happy to let this clown die in a gutter instead of my kitchen. Bring back my crate, and you got yourself a deal.
Don't tell anyone where you got this.
Ain't been here long, have ya? No one gets to have it all. No one starves anyone else.
He twirls his knife between his fingers.
Divine's gone. This blade is the only god watching over Fort Joy.
Oh, buddy.
The old dog looks up at you but doesn't lift his greying head from his paws. He heaves a heavy sigh.
It's no use anyway.
The dog tentatively sniffs the offering, then grabs it between its teeth and swallows it.
You're nice. Emmy would have loved you. She was my mate for the last 7, carried the 2, plus 50. 5 years! The Magisters, they took her.
I like the math. 7 carried the 2 plus 50. 5 years. I like the math, by the way. Tell the dog he's a little bad at maths.
I love you. Say, let me show you something.
Hmm? Key. Bodies keys. Större sophisticated keys, not invent your stock palette. Plagus Rex. Reaper's Eye.
Food.
Command orders are clear. My men will make the move when the peacemaker nears Reaper's coast. Trust me. Amendments. Your target now to the Divine Bishop Alexander, leader of the Divine Order. Get close and show our benefactor why the Silver Claw is the most feared among all the lone wolves. 8 with your mission segment police in the ghetto. To the Boris.
So, time to find this Boris fellow.
So, you read through it all, which means you know what I'm up against. Not much more than the paper told you, but it's enough to know I've got to stop Justinia. She's got the rebellion in her sights. My comrades, my friends. Listen up. The Queen was a good woman once, and I'm a bastard cousin, so I would know. Come rainy days, we'd sail paper boats and drop beetles on them for plank walking. She was never a beast, but her spirit roamed free. Then Queen Laura died, and it was Justinia's turn. The Divine Order was growing, and the lizards were on the move. First it was just flags, the royal insignia always flapping in my face, demanding my allegiance. Then it spread. You say a good word about Lucian, and you just disappeared. Artists were cleared from the streets, replaced by royal goons in full armor. The lizards would come, they said, and we should all be ready to take up arms if the Queen demanded it. There was no way to live. Me and the others, we decided it was time for a change.
Shadows of the past cloud his bright eyes. He no longer looks at you, but through you.
A storm is brewing, we can be sure of that. But I'm just as sure the sky will clear after. The gulls will come back to perch and the sun will dry our faces. That peace is all the more special when you've heard the thunder before it.
I'd say we're making good progress already, no?
Ifan shrugs off his backpack and reaches into its depths. After rummaging around, he holds out a tattered page to you, upon which you can see a broken wax seal in the shape of a wolf's paw.
Have a read of my contract and find out. I'd say we're making good progress already, no?
Ifan tips his fingers to his temples and saunters ahead.
Stintail.
Just as you're about to address the lizard, the Red Prince bars you with an outstretched arm.
This man is a dreamer. As you know, I need a word with him. You may wait here while I speak. Permission indeed.
He bids the dreamer stand up and pay attention, which he does in a groveling and awkward manner. The dreamer then chews and swallows a handful of Drudene leaves before slipping into a trance-like state. He falls asleep. To your surprise, the Red Prince lies down and follows suit. After about half an hour, they wake up and begin to discuss what they saw in their dreams. The Red Prince pinches the bridge of his nose in apparent irritation before turning his back on the jabbering dreamer. You receive a withering glance in response.
A deserved bit of sarcasm, I suppose. But though this stingtail fellow may be a less than stellar specimen in the firmament of dreamers, the dreams themselves prove to be quite elucidating. Turns out I'm being hunted by an enemy I didn't know actually existed. The myth-shrouded House of Shadows. The dreamers, though, they're on my side. And they've visions of me on the throne. Of course it is. I was born with the promise of an empire, and that promise will be kept. But to keep it, I must find a second dreamer. A greater one. A more experienced traveler of the dream world. Bahara is her name, and she resides in the swamplands east of the fort. So, let us make our escape and venture there post-haste.
You know, I could tell you all about swamp dreamers too if I chewed that much Drudene.
Oh, do hold your prickly tongue.
And, sadly, that is our time for today. So I will now say thank you everybody for watching, and see you again next time, same Veno channel. Good night.